morning, everybody. How we all doing today? How are we all doing today? Oh, all right. Okay. I think we have a debate. Andrew Wilson taking on Candace Owens to debate the Charlie Kirk assassination, all the different conspiracy theories that are piled behind it. Hosted by Patrick Bet David, taking the role as moderator in this debate today. Should be a good show. Should be fun. Should be things happening. So that's supposed to get underway at 11 o'clock. Apologize, that was a few minutes late today. But very, this should be good theater. You get your popcorn. This should be good. I think so. Who knows? You never know until the debate starts happening. But yeah, that's what everyone says. Everyone says this is supposed to be killer show, a 3-hour debate. And says scheduled to happen at, there's 8,000 people there waiting in Patrick Bet David's thing, waiting to happen there. And we're waiting. I'm waiting for this thing to start. I'm seeing now that there's a different thing I need to look into. But, and I understand this. Michael knows, who was the first choice, says he just doesn't want to profit off of his friend's death. And he feels like engaging in the conversation is profiting in his death. Yeah. There's I understand that take. There's a nobility to that. I can respect that. The reality is that people want to know. People want to know. So, and there's all these different, these theories are out there. And you leave them unchecked, or theories that are being generated. So, yeah, it's not, I mean, so I understand where he's coming from. He was also friends with him. Most of us didn't have that privilege, right? So, but I get that. I mean, it makes sense. His take makes a lot of sense. I came up with a finalized version of the version. Well, that's very thoughtful of you. Thank you, Renee. Should I put a goal up? I didn't think about putting up a goal. Maybe I should put a goal up. Now you inspired me. Let's put a goal up. All right. If we hit our goal, I'll play my finalized version of Candace Owens, the Candace Owens song. I think that's a good idea, right? That works. That's something. That's something. Let me check out where we are here. This way, still put goals here. Why is that doing that? Trying to find. I did things a little bit differently today. The way I did it was a little different today. Little bit different. A little bit different. Oh, I can set a goal here. Okay, 15 search. I think it's happening. I think it's happening. This is what we got. Wish I let's come here, share my screen. Nothing's actually happened yet. Don't worry, you're not missing nothing. You're not missing nothing. I wouldn't deprive you. All right. This is live. I'm Patrick Bet David. You guys complain that I'm late. They're late. I get complaints all the time. You don't see people in Patrick Bet David's chat yelling that he's late. It's a good time for me to remind you about my merch shop. There you go. Yeah, I think Andrew Wilson will do well. I think he's going to do well. It's fashionable. I'm just fat. I'm not late. I'm fashionable. There's a difference. See this early. All right. So yeah, 11:01. Patrick Bet David. What's happening? What's happening? I don't understand. She probably does have counsel to like as to what she can say without worrying about getting hit with a defamation suit. Look, I waited 5 years before I started shilling any merch. So I'm behind the curve, okay? I'm behind the curve. I got lots to catch up from. I will tell you this. Tim Pool starts on time. It's like when that bell rings, they're sitting in the studio there for a few minutes before the bell rings. When that bell rings, go. He starts on time. I think it's also ridiculous. Her taking the 300,000 is already an admission that this has never been about a search for truth, but it's a reflection of how this has just all been a grift for her. She's been lying forever. It's 300,000. She's been lying forever, and this is a way of her continuing her grift. And she's made well over $100 million off of the Charlie Kirk assassination with these ridiculous stories. Well over 100,000. And this is how she continues her grift. Because now, however much she gets humiliated, her idiots will claim that that she won, and she'll just take shelter behind them, behind the skirts of her audience. Well, something's happening. As a general rule, I happen to like Patrick Bet David. He seems to be an honest actor, which is all too rare to find honest actors in the political sphere. So I have respect for that. I don't know if I can last that long. I don't know if I might step away for a bit. I don't have popcorn because you can't eat popcorn when you have a mic, but I have I have an ice cream that I sort of had put away, ready to go. they put up a little starting soon thing to keep our appetites whetted. Oh, I agree. I don't know if this is true. I think people like to think this is true. I don't know how true it is. You know, I think in the eternal scheme, if you're looking at life from the eternal scheme of things, yeah, 100%, 1,000,000%, 10,000,000%. But I think there's a notion that people think that we here in our relatively shortened lifespans will actually see justice. And I don't know if that's part of Christian dogma, but I'll tell you, Jewish philosophy does not say that. It's like, no, to you, in our short window of time, it can look very unjust. Things can look very unjust if you actually were able to have the 40,000 foot high view over spans of millennia. You would be able to see the justice, but so I think that people in theory can, let's say, make more money through stealing. I think that God allows that. Otherwise, if that were really true, then there wouldn't be a test about stealing. But the point is, if it's not your money, and I say, when I'm calling it stealing, if someone is grifting, meaning someone is telling lies for the purposes of enriching themselves, that I think that in the grand scheme of things, it's going to be disastrous for them. But they'll have periods of prosperity. That doesn't mean, a lot of people make a very tragic error in thinking prosperity means happiness, when we've seen countless times that it means absolute destruction. Like, the prosperity itself is ash in their mouth, in their own mouths. So, you think I'm going to be happy if I have this, I'll be happy if I have this situation. And the reality is, it's sort of like, by analogy, the best way I can draw you an example of this is, I think people who feel like if I steal, I'm going to be wealthy. I think a really good analogy is someone who thinks if I change into a different gender, I'll be happy. It's not often the case. Not often the case. I don't mind them profiting. I never begrudge anyone. I didn't miss your super chat, did I? Joe, I have you on the living room this morning, and wow, you look great. I pulled that up right away. Like, right away. And I said, thank you so much. I didn't miss your super chat. I need to open up my Rumble. There it is. Zellian being ever the awesome mod, and posting up my merch store. If Candace make money with fantasies, you for sure deserve some for warning us not to eat the bugs. Yeah, see, I'm at least sharing truth. At the end of the day, we believe that the amount of money you're going to be making is predetermined by God on the Jewish New Year, which is actually coming up in a month. 1 month from now is Jewish New Year. So, and I do more than just warn you not to eat the bugs. I also tell you to stay away from lab meats. Like, what more could you want from me? It's still starting soon. I wonder if this is part of the 3 hours. So I should tell you, I do have a little bit of a tight schedule today. I haven't checked what time my train is. But like, when the show ends, I need to take a shower and head out to catch my train. check that out. So this would be on the same page. I think that should be fine. At least with the normal schedule for Jersey Transit is. Let's see. Yeah, I should be fine. I should be fine. Yeah, I can definitely, I can go till like 2:30. So I should be fine. If we start Patrick Bet David, I thought I was bad. I start like, 5 minutes late. We're now 10 minutes late. And we're getting a starting soon notification. I don't know what we're waiting for, Patrick. I like you and everything, but I don't know what I'm waiting for. I had a what I understand, the structure here is that each supposed to be asking, supposed to be 1 hour of him asking her questions, 1 hour of her asking him questions, and then 1 hour of pure just freestyle cage match. But I think it's time for the main event. It's time for the main event here, Patrick. Let's go. If there's like one of them isn't there, then come out and tell us. I mean, nice. What the heck is happening? I'm sure you're gonna have an intro. They're not just gonna start with them doing their thing, right? Joe, we had a family meeting inside our family home in Jamaica Estates. My grandparents started out in Hillcrest, by the way, behind St. John's University. That's wild. Yeah, I grew up. He's describing an area that I grew up in. I grew up like a mile away from St. John's University. It's on the corner of Union Turnpike and Utopia Boulevard. So I grew up less than a mile from there. So I was as a kid, I was a big St. John's Redmen fan. No, not Red Storm, Red Men. That's my goal. How can I play my song? That's the problem with choosing with a poor choice of goals. That's the problem with a poor choice of goals. I've been going through so many different things, so many different variations, with Suno, and sometimes like they'll garble the words in the beginning. So many different variations of my Candace song. Oh heck, I don't care. I'll give you this. I'll give you the most recent. This is what I'll do. You know what I'll do? I'll have Suno right now generate a version of it and just play it for you. Whatever they give us. I like that. That's not bad. That's not a bad call. I'll do this. It's an amazing thing. Don't worry, we're gonna leave this here. You'll be able to see in the background here. You can up here you'll see if they get started. Okay. This is it. It's building a song. I mean, I gave it the lyrics, the style, and everything like that, but we'll see what it turns out. Alrighty, look at that. I just pressed create.
Guys, they think we are stupid. Who does? They do.
Who's they?
Exactly. They gave us Tyler Robinson, they wrapped it in a bow. They told us who and what and when and all we need to know. They gave us text and timelines, they told us case is closed. But isn't it convenient how perfectly it's posed? Guys, I have questions. She has questions. We're smarter than the experts. We're smarter than the press. When the feds say here's the answer, that's when we believe it less. But we don't swallow fed slop. We don't follow with the herd. We're independent thinkers. Now listen to my every word. Every word.
Was Tyler even on the campus? I don't know. You don't? No, and I think that's weird.
Where's the rifle?
See, sometimes like this, I wanted to have a male voice like asking questions to Candace, and for one reason or another, Suno sometimes will have Candace be in the man's voice, which makes it just useless. So like this is supposed to be, this part should be Candace here. So it's a little frustrating to me. I'm sharing with you. All right, let me go.
Footage.
Where's the surrender tape? Was that Tyler on the rooftop? Could be another face.
A body double?
I have questions.
Egyptian surveillance planes. What do they prove?
Do I understand flight tracking?
No.
Do I know what this proves?
No.
But I think that's weird.
Then Fort Huachuca.
What happened there?
I don't know. How's it connected?
I don't know. I find this very strange. Now look at the rooftop. That was a tactical slide.
What's a tactical slide?
I have no idea. Then I have questions. And then the gun. I know nothing about guns.
Nothing.
But boy, this gun feels wrong. The bullet fragmented.
Does that mean it's the wrong gun?
I don't know. I just said I know nothing about guns.
So I think that's weird. And the text's too perfect, too detailed. 22-year-olds don't talk like that. Some do. Fed.
What? Every time I ask a question, somehow they have a reply.
Isn't that what you wanted?
I find that very strange.
Why?
If they don't answer, they're hiding something. If they do answer,
Yes.
they're hiding something better.
Then rude microphones!
What's suspicious about them?
I have absolutely no idea.
Then why mention them?
I think that's weird.
Guys, what if there was a bomb planted in Charlie's chest?
Evidence.
I don't know.
Know anything about bombs?
No.
Of course.
I have questions. And Charlie was my friend.
I love Charlie!
So I want justice.
Justice.
Even if justice means exposing an inside job at TPUSA.
His own organization?
Andrew Colvett is a Fed.
What?
Erica's a Fed.
His widow!
His defense team.
His
all
defense
Feds
team.
Everybody's a Fed?
because of Israel.
Maybe Mossad? Could be. Maybe Bibi? Possible.
Maybe TPUSA. I have questions.
Meeting Tyler?
Don't be ridiculous.
Don't be ridiculous.
And someone
That's
says they
Tyler.
drank his blood on the way to the hospital. What? A satanic ritual.
Do you know that happened? No.
Know anything about satanic rituals?
No.
Then what do you know?
Guys,
They think we are stupid. We're smarter than the experts. We're smarter than the press. The less we actually know about, the more that we can guess. We don't swallow fed slop. We don't follow the herd. We're proud, independent thinkers who believe my every word. Every single word. I have questions. She has questions. I find this very strange. Very strange. Guys, they think we are still bad.
They think we're stupid. Let's change the name of that song to They Think We're Stupid. They think we're stupid. Seriously, Patrick. We're 20 minutes late. We're 20 minutes late. What is happening here? I don't understand. We're 20 minutes late. The Fed slop. They don't swallow Fed slop. I think that there's very little chance he backed out. I think there's very little chance. I think there's very little chance that he's backed out. I saw someone make a comment. I know that show tunes are very. I've been looking for you, and just going to pause for a second. I haven't checked my email in the last couple of days. Did you send me? You're supposed to send me your address because I need to send you a mug. So, and I haven't yet. I wanted to. I haven't forgot. I don't want you to think for a second I forgot about it. But I need your address, so you can send it over to GoodLawgic@gmail.com, and I'll get that out to you ASAP. All right, good. As long as I know it's not me. I didn't want it to be me. It would bother me if it was me. That would bother me. So as long as it's not me, I feel better. But I can't imagine he would pay $300,000 and then he would know that this is like it'd be ridiculous for him to back out. I don't know what's happening here. This, I think, is possible, that she'll just basically say she's too pregnant to answer questions. $20 to 25 minutes? I've never watched a single live of his to know that what his pattern is. So this is the best I can guess. Candace, I believe, is a government psyop to disrupt MAGA. I'm not Jewish, but I have many Jewish friends. We tolerate too much bigotry from Candace. No. I never worry about someone being a bigot. But man, if I knew she was gonna be 20 minutes late, I would have. Or not she, maybe it's Patrick. Who knows? Who's Jethro Bodine? I don't know who that is. Oh. Probably hillbillies. I don't really see how Tyler relates to Jethro. Unless you mean like an actual idiot. Yeah, so it was Mr.
Okay, so we're officially live.
Oh, look at that.
Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering
They're in her place.
Hours. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did, We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it.
For only 300,000.
You have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them: the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the 2 of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So
I like that.
It is a very fair conversation that we're having here.
I like that.
And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died.
Yep.
What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said. that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never before seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim there's
explain the
overwhelming
framing.
evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife, and it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It
Pretty
looks like
much.
$1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister
Where's the
of
push?
Israel, who's
From who?
fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going
Everyone
on
was
Bibi
saying he
Netanyahu
was.
killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a
For
round
months.
of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like, calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
With what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see, maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about, was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Smaller caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
This is diligent
Okay. And
denizens.
what's the
theory.
compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mhm.
and have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
Because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline.
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the
with-
first, if
with-
you want to use the first part of that for the
Yeah,
internal critique,
Yeah,
for
like
you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that we
so-
feel.
The first reason that I think, and I think it's compelling evidence, is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found
Nice.
near the crime scene. So I would consider
Thanks.
that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
we
hearing?
covered it live. Yeah.
Okay. So forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver,
We
the
watched it
ATF
here.
woman, Samantha Carner,
Mhm.
any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay. So that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near.
I'm just going to point out she thinks that there was anything in that hearing which helps her. You need to ask yourself why it is that his attorneys didn't bring that up at all in their brief. Rather, they're like, "Oh, there's definitely tons of evidence that he was shot. Just there's not a legal basis to bring the death penalty in here." So she's out of her freaking mind if she thinks there was anything evidence there that helps exonerate Tyler.
For crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you
logically possible.
I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mhm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many years.
For many years. You
Mhm.
also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the
Sorry.
way.
Your wife tweeted that you were an
Mhm.
Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that it
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So I
Army
don't-
sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles to private citizens.
Did you?
Okay.
Mhm.
Uh,
And I was an NRA instructor for many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
as with your expertise,
Mhm.
when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris
Mhm.
that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a
No,
point
no,
at
no,
a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
wanted
I
to
want you to
start
respond to
with
2
the
points. I
debris.
want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and
Mhm.
debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5
Mhm.
sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was
DNA,
the
not
most
prints.
degraded.
Mhm.
So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded
DNA,
when
not
she
prints.
said, actually,
Doofus.
you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints amongst 5 plus other prints were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. That
So
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the
every
time.
drop
Okay.
of dust.
And the prints?
Yeah, so the prints we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long. testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on.
I'm just gonna point out, by the way, if I were Tyler Robinson and I just killed Charlie Kirk, I would wipe down the portion of the gun that I was handling. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me why his would be degraded. But go on.
First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
DNA, not
but
prints.
The problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you to
but let's-
address that. How
well,
could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a
He
second
wiped it down.
as
It's
a
not that hard.
possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
No, it's not a possibility. It's a fact. The
DNA,
person who
not
took
Hang on,
fingerprints.
I'm just
Okay.
granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that
so
she
now,
presented.
so now it's
Okay.
granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them,
Mhm.
you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I
Stupid.
work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what would
actually don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
though?
Very
Is my
easy.
question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun
Mhm.
may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly,
Okay.
and this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples
How
of
did the gun get there?
elimination
Doofus?
samples from the home of Amber Robinson,
Mhm.
Matt Robinson,
dumb.
and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twig's
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay. Go
So
ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony
Mhm.
where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3,
Mhm.
I think she
were
might
their
be.
prints were
I'm not
found on the
sure.
gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had
DNA.
taken that sample from.
Doofus.
And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony,
So you have
which
300,000 to
came
play this
from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So
Yeah.
both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not
cloth
really a so
rag
what.
is
It's
why
an
it would be
open-ended
most
question that
degraded.
people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof
It's
of my
retarded.
claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up
Okay.
as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
Hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Mhm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know,
Okay.
like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
Oh, you don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part?
You've been talking
Okay,
for
but
5
I'll wait
minutes.
again the
I'll wait
sentence.
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really
Matt
mean
Robinson
anything.
killed him.
But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into
But it
various
also
places.
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
This is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make
What
that
the hell
claim
is a
because the
patsy?
entire basis for why you think that there is evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot
Yeah.
is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
Well, no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and
No,
convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening
based on
statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state,
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence
Mhm.
under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy.
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed
Uh-huh.
to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial.
That's not
They're
true.
allowed to present when it's just appropriate
That's not
I
hearing.
don't
True.
think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only
No,
that,
she's crazy. It's not. It wasn't. Most of it was not hearsay. Hearsay was admissible in this hearing. However, that doesn't mean it was all hearsay. And also, there are often exceptions to hearsay. They just don't bother with exceptions to hearsay because hearsay is permitted at this stage. It doesn't mean it's not going to be admissible. They just might need to take certain steps in order to corroborate why this hearsay would be an exception. And it really depends on what she's talking about as far as which particular statements. But she's just trying to dismiss the entire thing and say the whole thing was hearsay. Is idiocy.
Yeah,
No. This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know
for
this.
A fact check if
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left
It's the
of
state's
Mr.
brief.
Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid
brief.
on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination said he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah Rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that.
That's
yes, I can.
No, I didn't.
Right
I'm
this
just
second,
saying
she's
from your
gaslighting.
inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same way that
I
you
didn't
got to
get
Tyler
just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important. So we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay.
No, it's not. That's a retarded conclusion. Just because they're allowed to put in hearsay doesn't mean everything they did put in was hearsay.
All of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority,
again, no dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you don't want to get, please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of, no, that is what's in dispute.
I'm
It means
not.
that
I'm
your
speaking.
entire brand of
I'm
saying
speaking.
you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of
No,
that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
literally
you,
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up. I'm saying
1102
that
right there.
thank you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing
from the
exactly what the
inference.
state did. I
Okay.
am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to the
inference.
audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Extrapolate,
Um,
not
Yeah.
extrapolate.
Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
Can I
your
show my evidence? You just
inference.
showed yours.
No.
Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal
Yes.
preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people
That's
who are
not
making the
true.
statements can just say, Patrick
'cause-
told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative.
This
And
is
so
an
it's the
argument
state
meant for
saying,
idiots.
Here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in
Thing
point, that's a
nobody's
demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off
And
of Tyler Robinson.
DNA,
From
not
that, what I
prints.
am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay.
That's
a
the point in
retarded-
contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
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 the
a-
point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point,
is the point in contention.
A
it's not
rag.
the point in contention. I'm telling you that is what the entire
wipes
hearing
it
allowed
with a
for. So
rag.
the evidence that he is
Great, but we're
describing
asking you
that
now.
he is using to
Mhm.
argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So
We're
what they are
just-
inferring off of the
Mhm.
facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going
This
to
is like a
even
ninth
grant
grader
it
arguing.
because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When
Uh-huh.
they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler
Can
Robinson.
you walk me through the inference
The
so that I
infer-
understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that
why
we
No,
had
no,
to
I'm talking
do-
about your
patsy?
inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you
I
get
didn't say
that
it-
inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary
There's
was.
Yeah,
the
but
inverse.
that's not
Patsy.
what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun
She doesn't know what
than Tyler
patsy
Robinson
means.
did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts.
Mhm.
Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So,
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So if,
just
it-
so we're
if
clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is
Oh, I
Just-
thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim
no,
today.
my
The whole
claim was
reasons
that
come
there is
in here.
more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are
Mhm.
accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I
A
didn't.
standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can
You
we
can
get a
fa-
fact
yeah,
check on
fact
that?
check
Can
it.
we pull up his
I
tweet
didn't-
where he goes over
I
the
didn't say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it
Well,
was.
there's multitudes of things that I find.
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to get a
evidence.
fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when
Mhm.
Officer Bagley testified, they talk
Yeah.
about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question: how did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the
Right.
same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the
Okay,
stand.
Why?
I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If
It's, just,
somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
for instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both
Mhm.
wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's absurd.
I
thing
don't
to
know.
say.
it's not.
I'm not
I know
sure.
these are the same
Why?
people
in
because they're both
context-
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his
Yes.
tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
the tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No, I
Did you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She
If you,
has
can,
it.
if you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see
Fantastic.
it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's
Mhm.
a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson.
Mhm.
The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Well, you did
5
tweet it.
seconds ago, you should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming. Actually,
That's not what I said.
it is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
But
that-
just say
well,
you
I'm
were
not.
wrong.
I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I didn't say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it
overwhelming.
was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
I have no idea what
Yes, I'm
Portugal
okay.
sounded for
Anyway,
is.
back
I
to
was
the
gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but back
saying
to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You
Mhm.
said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did
There's
say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted
Mhm.
on your Twitter was like the hard
Oh,
evidence.
she's
that
going for
convinced
the
you it was
first
wrong.
hour.
That's
This
is
literally
her
what you
questioning
said.
him.
That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah. So my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has
Mhm.
been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Like she's 10
That's
Is
years
that
the
the
old.
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
but not
right?
ex-
I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
You're implying
Sure,
that.
whatever.
But
It's the
yeah,
implication
so
of what you're
going back to
saying.
that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it.
Mhm.
And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No,
How are you able to infer off
Never
of
happened.
blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because
I'm
you make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to
theorists.
explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler
It's
Robinson,
not like
is
you're
because,
cheating on him.
Tyler
You're good.
Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm sorry. I
that,
actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close to
up?
it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I
have
think
it. If
and
you
by
that's
the
have
not
it,
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
going to see me in
some
the staircase.
Maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang
right.
on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mhm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
He didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
No, he
the
definitely
second
did
thing
say
you
that.
said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial.
That's the
And
stupidest
also, I
argument
would
in
like
the
to
world.
remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity,
I understand.
which means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these
and
cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out
get him
that
to
something that's
testify.
remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that
What?
Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I
That
think
is
more
the only
gonna
thing she
come
said
out
I think is true.
because they
I think he has a lot more about
interviewed
it.
him
Yeah.
on September 11th.
I agree with
and then
that.
for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially
I think
supposed
Lance
to be in
knew
May,
about it beforehand.
they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity
can't,
was given to
idiots.
him
Use
in
immunity
April. I
doesn't
believe
enable you to
April
lie.
28th is when they
Doofus.
gave that testimony to the
God.
defense. I think they shot it in like
It's so
April 20th
aggravating.
of 2026.
It's complete BS.
That is not compelling to me for somebody who
You
has
can't
use
lie.
immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm
that
not
would
really
ruin the use
sure,
immunity.
but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Skyler,
not,
I
that's
think you
not
should
what he's
pull it
much
up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about, Skylar. I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we
You
can
said you're gonna
put
see me
that
the
up on the
footage.
screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from
Well,
the
I'm
time
just saying to you, like, I'm
Okay.
trying to be concise
Okay.
for
And,
you.
and then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other
Mhm.
one?
Yep. The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying? It's not hearsay. I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
That's
It-
what I
it
said.
was hearsay.
Exceptions
They
to
said it in the
hearsay.
trial. Like-
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my
Is
God, this is something
consistent
any
with
lawyer
the
could
declarant's
answer.
testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered.
There's
in
a lot of
the
exceptions to
implied
hearsay. It's
charge
24.
that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
No, so the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him.
Mhm.
So that is why his
That
video
doesn't do
testimony would
anything.
not be
That's the
accepted in the main
stupidest thing.
trial.
Oh my God.
And what I said to you is this
Yeah.
entire
Okay.
preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402,
Hmm.
some of those parts were quite
Sounds like
scientific.
you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all.
Nice.
Where do you feel
Okay.
like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It
Well,
literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay. Is that
Yes,
the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things?
How many times did you, I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the video here, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102,
Mhm.
1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this
Mm-hmm.
stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to
the
be,
dumbest thing
where
in
is
the
your
world.
hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes. There's
preliminary
gonna be
hearing.
hearsay. True.
And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
But
it
even
doesn't,
a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
but the evidence that you're speaking about, like
Mhm.
when you're just, when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you.
Mhm.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said,
Mhm.
your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also like, that's just
But
crazy
these
to
aren't
me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter,
that's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
right? But the question that was asked of you was pretty
Mhm.
direct,
yeah.
right? What did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that
that's
I
It's a
not
find
what you said in
reply.
your tweet. You can
It's
tweet
a
longer too.
reply.
It's not like we're limited now to
It's a
240 characters.
reply.
So
anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet
It's
and
a-
all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted
though all of this information I've said so publicly
the
over and
stupidest-
over and over again
It's like a
is
child
what
making
informs
this
my
argument.
position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
and-
from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
Okay.
that's
What
what I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be
So,
more overwhelming?
Yeah,
Can
so-
we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break?
I'm
Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to
Mhm.
stop you
yeah.
guys in the middle
Let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
3.5
All right, you
minutes.
guys, nearly 2,000.
That was his work ethic. We were able to do some great things on the football field.
So this enables me to actually feel more comfortable pausing, that they're going to be taking these 3.5 minute breaks. It enables me to sort of feel more comfortable pausing. And I try when I'm covering trials or debates like this, I feel like the value I can add is by sharing with you my thoughts about the things as they are happening, not trying to look back 25 minutes ago. So I'll sometimes will pause to try and say, like, this is what's happening right here and now. So this way, as you're watching it, you too can understand, what you're seeing, rather than just trying to reframe it and fix it for you later on. So, but I don't like falling behind. So I like the fact that they have these commercial breaks, because it sort of enables me to catch up, fall like up to like a minute behind, 2 minutes behind, and then catch up during their commercial breaks. So what she was saying about 1102 is a rule in Utah that you can admit hearsay at trial. The reason it's admissible is because there are several reasons, but a lot of the stuff that is, you would think, hearsay, there are exceptions to hearsay. At trial, many, if not most or all of the statements that came in would later find a way to get in under exceptions to hearsay. So, for example, right, the video interview of Lance Twiggs, for the purposes of that hearing, they're able to do that. They're able to like basically rely on that video interview. That video interview would not be admissible at trial. Instead, they'll have him on the stand and presumably saying, along materially, the same things that he said back then. Will they be able to ask him questions in a leading way? No, they won't be able to. Probably not. It'd be very surprising. There are certain circumstances where you can call a witness and ask leading questions. But to say that that's proof that this whole thing, that there's nothing to take from here, the reason it's admissible is because we assume that you're going to be getting this evidence in substantially the same or similar form at trial. So we're not going to bother you at now this binding over hearing, this probable cause hearing. We're not going to hold it's more efficient to say, okay, those technical elements which would need to be ironed out at trial, there's an assumption the prosecution is going to be capable of ironing them out. She's whining about leading questions. Oh, leading questions, that means that the question's not a real question. That's the stupidest thing in the world. That's the stupidest thing in the world. You can get there with open-ended questions. The opposite of a leading question is an open question. You can get there. It's just, it's a more efficient, let's get to the heart, the meat of the matter much faster if you're leading the person rather than asking them the question. That doesn't mean they're not going to be able to elicit this at trial. This is childishly dumb. And the hearsay elements, like I said, not all of it will get in. I assume some of it is not going to be able to get in, but materially, most of it's going to get in. Most of it's going to get in. She's bringing up Rule 403. I don't know what the hell she's talking about because that's relevance. I don't know why she went down that road. I thought she was a lawyer, but as I'm listening to her now, I'm thinking she's not a lawyer because she sounds kind of like, if she is a lawyer, she's really bad lawyer. She's a really bad lawyer. I mean, she's very good at just sort of playing the high school game of trying to reframe an argument and cut the person off, and that type of lawyering. But as far as actually making an effective argument that is rooted in logic, she seems to not understand what the term patsy means, even though she uses it all the time. That's probably the most likely explanation, because she doesn't understand what a patsy is. But the one thing that I'm disappointed in Andrew about so far is the easiest answer to her big bomb question of why is it degraded is, I don't know, he had a towel there trying to wipe off DNA. If I was Tyler, when I get to the clearing there, I take the parts I was handling, wipe it down with a cloth. So the other parts of the gun that you would hold when you're not shooting the gun, that's less degraded because he didn't bother wiping down the middle of the barrel of the rifle because he didn't feel like he was touching that area. And whereas Lance Twiggs might have picked it up by that sometime a month earlier and held the gun by that portion. So it'd be less degraded for him because that part wasn't wiped down. It's very easy to understand that. But so I'm a little disappointed that Andrew Wilson wasn't better prepared for that particular question, because that seems to be like the main thing that she's sitting there all hot and bothered about, when there's probably 1,000 different answers you can give as to why it would be more degraded. It's also very aggravating here, the stupidity of her just like not understanding basically what a patsy is, and trying to just, there's a lot of gaslighting going on. There's a lot of gaslighting going on. Because I think at the end of the day, from her perspective, it's not a matter of actually winning an argument. It's a matter of giving her fans something that they can feel as if she held her own. So when she basically will gaslight, when I say gaslighting, what I mean is that she'll basically say things like, I can explain it to you, but I can't make you understand it. But she hasn't explained anything. So that's just a way of trying to sidestep and make it seem as if, like, take the air of like, I know better than you. I'm obviously much, much smarter than you. I can't make you understand it, while gaslighting that you actually gave an answer. That's the type of gaslighting that we see her engaging in a lot. I can't really pull up your super chats. I mean, I can pull them up, but I can't really, I can't bring up on screen the Rummel rants. So when I saw like a rumble band come up there, I was trying to bring it in the lower left corner. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. But my God. Long overdue, I've been subscribed and following since Rittenhouse. Thank you. Thank you so much, Andy. I've seen you around here sometimes. Oh, it's long overdue that you became a member. Thank you. Welcome to the following. Oh, I'm not at all the leader of the following. But yeah. So it seems to me as if this first hour is her supposed to be questioning him, and then the next hour is him questioning her. And I really hope he questions her about the most glaring thing here, which is, why is the defense hasn't used any of your arguments? Why is the defense didn't say anything you said? You're saying, oh, this is not proof. Well, in that case, if it's not proof, then you would think that they would try to say there's no probable cause. You think there's a 0% chance, 0% chance. That's what she started off with, a 0% chance that Tyler is the shooter. And yet his own defense team thinks there's no chance of having convincing a judge of that.
By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PVD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience.
If you can hit like and subscribe while you're here.
Having said
over
that,
here with me.
Let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages, and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. Mm-hmm. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay. So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages. The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message, but then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence, but don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascists, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also as a Helldivers
novelist.
player. he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that. If we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just
He's
that
already
just
been way
first
over
is a
your
general
head.
sense of why people had a reaction to these messages
Mhm.
that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
Yeah, but do you see how
fastest.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I
Yeah.
said just parking aside the intuition of
Mhm.
just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say
I
the
think you-
COVID
I think
vaccine is
that's-
running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition. Now,
There's
hang on,
nothing
hang on,
wrong
hang on.
with
Let me
believing in
respond a little
intuition.
bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science.
Great.
Now they tried to
great
suppress
counterpoint.
it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science.
But
for
you
why
don't have
should
the
take
competing
a
science for
risky
your
mRNA
perspective.
vaccine.
well, no,
and
the
masks and things
science
like
they
this.
kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about
it was-
intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful,
Yeah.
but it has to be tempered with logic, reason,
Mhm.
explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels
Okay.
off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed.
So then
it
you
shouldn't
can-
require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good
Then
about
you
the
back it
Charlie
with
thing. Why do we have
evidence.
so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kinda
parts
like Fed
compelling. I
slop?
think this should go.
Like
I
Fed
found,
slop?
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see
Everything
at the
is Fed
trial.
slop.
That would be
See, she doesn't
Don't
want
Don't
to
you
hear
think Fed
that.
slop's a buzzword
the
for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which
Why are
was,
they all coming up
I
with
would
this
say,
weird,
not
weird Fed
overwhelming
slop?
at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well, they're
overwhelmed.
trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition, but like
Why?
I
How
said,
do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, parking
Okay.
aside, just your general intuition. Some of the time might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension, saying we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my
Again,
client
that's
was
empty
here,
speculation.
right? I want to know if that
That's what
message
happened.
actually was generated from his iPhone when he was.
How would anyone
waiting
know
to
that today? How
retrieve
could
his,
anyone establish that today?
Rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't
What
have
can
a
someone
bad
show you?
sniffer, like just weird messages. I
There's
want
never
to
been
make
a
sure
claim like
that
this.
yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone, and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his
And make these
computer when he was
claims
home.
about
Lance
him.
was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact
So
here.
he's trying to log in
discovery was not
and
met by the time we got to
implicate
preliminary
his
hearing.
boyfriend for
So
no reason.
I remain
What's his motivation for
unconvinced
doing
by
that?
these text messages. Just
That's
as you feel
retarded.
convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid and they don't sound valid to me.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. You know, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, you know, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, you know, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source.
An
anonymous source.
source.
So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
prosecution.
What
you're doing is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. Wait, you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted
that's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
Yes.
Why
are you disputing this?
Do you have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating on the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in until we got to the preliminary hearing. And we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report,
what about hearing from?
It was Brian Davis who wrote up the.
What about hearing from your anonymous source? She has so many anonymous sources. This is just nonsense. I also want to point out there's completely different types of hearsay and different levels of credibility to hearsay. It's a common thing for lay people to just throw together. This is all hearsay. This is all hearsay. There's a lot of hearsay which is much more reliable than other types of hearsay. You know, if you hear that there was an earthquake and you see 7 different news reports that are all saying that there was an earthquake, well, yeah, that's all hearsay. It's all hearsay. Every bit of it that you heard is all just hearsay. I don't give you 100 reports. It's all hearsay, but it's got a lot more credibility than some 4-year-old walking up to you and saying there was an earthquake. There was an earthquake that happened. It's like, that's also hearsay. You know, he's like, they say, I heard there was an earthquake. It's not the same level thing, but they're all qualified properly as hearsay. This is the biggest nonsense game she's playing here.
What became the charging document. He after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
record?
It's not correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that
Why not?
we now got the preliminary hearing.
Why
If the
wouldn't they
parents
say
were
this
the
is a
ones who
lie?
said,
They
I'm
haven't
turning my
testified
son
it's a
in
lie.
because he's
They
guilty.
never
Didn't say
told me
they
that.
turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was
Why
that,
would the parents
Matt
not say
Robinson
this
knew
is a
his
lie?
kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, you know, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like.
We're not talking about that now. Who
It's very
cares
hard to
about
find
that
anything about Mike
now?
Mitchell, but
We're
he
talking
worked
about
with
at
them
the
for
hearing.
20 plus years.
Why
police
didn't the parents
officers.
come in and say
the
that he
reason
never
why Tyler
confessed?
Robinson knew him was because
Why
he
did they
lived
testify as
nearby
staff?
and he was also his Boy Scout
How does
leader.
this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you
I'm
had
going
the
to address
evidence,
that point. I'm just saying that your
When will
first
you address
point,
that
which is
point?
that the parents did this.
yeah,
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that
No,
his
that's
kid
what the
was
state
you say
said.
involved. Just, I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him,
Yes,
and I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
we can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been
Mhm.
derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and the
Yes.
other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay,
run
which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the if
A
you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
and
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you
Mhm.
that it's not concrete because
No,
they
it is
haven't had a
concrete,
chance
and
to
he
actually
said
answer
why, 'cause
that,
they're not
and she didn't even
refuting
get
it.
to see your client's phone. So that's effectively,
Oh my God.
again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that, that would
messages.
make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated.
Why would some?
That's
What's the
point.
motivation
So
for
let's
someone to
get
do
to
that?
They just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the parents,
else.
The parents fact check.
Yep.
That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct.
What's the motivation for Lance Twiggs to be going into his phone confessing for Tyler?
What are we looking at
Robinson's
here?
mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages.
Mhm.
Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed,
Yeah.
Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they
Got
decided to
it.
bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them.
Why
not to
the legal
speak to
team
the
not
court
put the
because you think your
parents
son
up
could go
there
to
to
prison
But they're
refute?
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I-
else
I don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the
If-
media
yes.
this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to
Uh-huh.
be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. when I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah,
So
but
many
it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer
Believe
who would
me.
advise you to go to the media.
Oh,
Not go to the
please,
media.
this
Go to the
was-
probable
Especially when
cause
your son
hearing.
is
If I
up
thought
for-
that my
it
kid
was up for death,
if I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up.
But-
Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible, that never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be
only one who
public
says
whether
that's
you like it or
Candace.
not.
yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for
What
death,
gag order?
and your
are you
lawyers could
talking
be
about?
advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case.
Why would the
you would
lawyers
have a
not
more
put him on the
responsible
stand
consideration.
at
I
the
see.
probable
And,
cause
and,
hearing?
we're speaking opinion here. You're like,
asking
well, I wouldn't
Andrew.
care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see
But
what
if,
would happen.
if you have a
I'm
source,
not,
it seems like
I'm
they're
not,
violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that
Why
all
was
came
it
from
not
Mike Mitchell.
refuted in court
And Mike
by
Mitchell
the
would
parents?
be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on
oh,
the statements of
well,
the
it's him
parents.
saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the
Why
line.
didn't
right?
they?
They're going to be
Why
able to
not do
suit the
that probable
parents.
cause hearing?
I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That
and
would
get the
also
public on
be a
your
good
side.
time for the defense to say that's just totally
No,
fabricated.
it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the
Why
wrong
is the
time.
wrong time?
Because what they're doing is
Why?
they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that they
discovery.
didn't receive that information?
No, they
Why not
just
talk to his
received the
parents?
text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
the probative information,
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
they never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
No,
they could have said they're
No.
no,
you're
no, they're not allowed to. Are
no,
you sure?
in a preliminary hearing,
Yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on.
That's not
They
true.
did not put this on
Fact
as
check
evidence.
that.
Brian Davis was up there.
You could
So
put in
they're not allowed to present
exculpatory
anything?
evidence.
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to
Like
say
if there was a conspiracy
You're an
that they
idiot.
could
That's not
prove
true.
right then
Mhm.
and there, would they present that in one of
Fact
these
check
hearings?
that.
no, it wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree. I think
It's
that
not
they,
a
I think
disagreement.
that they not only could do it, but
Let's
they would
check
do
that
it.
out.
In fact,
Check
when
it.
I
Check
talked in depth with my
Patrick.
attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce
Yes.
that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago,
Mhm.
the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence
Yep.
that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough
Mhm.
that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The
Who gives a
next
damn?
phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is
Yes.
hypothetically
Yes.
true, then
so they're
X.
saying all of
Yeah,
these
but that's
charges.
not, I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's
what I am,
you're asking
what I
why
am,
you're saying could they
no,
just
what
put
I'm
on?
asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened, this is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
no
a
reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
argument, your argument to me
Uh-huh.
is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this
lecture
is what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, That was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire.
It's not
and we can
reasonable
pull
for
this
her to
up,
have her
like,
phone?
We should now play the Kathy
Have his
Nestor
phone?
clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where
discovery
it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I
there.
understand.
Okay. So that's
and I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right,
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move into the
I
evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was
What?
about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that
That's
I could take as
crap.
much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
and you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is.
Mhm.
When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should. Yeah, agreed. So if
Let's
that's
go.
the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into
Well,
it.
just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you
No, you're
talk
not.
about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you
Mm-hmm.
have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot
She
Charlie
doesn't
Kirk.
You
let
don't
a
find
question
convincing,
come.
I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your
Nope.
answer for when I
Well, you
What's
haven't
been
already
invalidated?
had the most degraded
You didn't validate a
Prince
single
was- I don't
thing.
know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers,
Mhm.
everybody watching,
So you're
nobody's
just
giving
you're conceding.
nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt
I-
the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about
No,
Erica Kirk, if you want to
factual
talk about Turning
claims
Point
that you
USA,
made.
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into
Stop
it,
talking.
I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me
Oh
is
my
that
God.
we exhaust this
She's such a
topic
leftist.
Mhm.
first.
She's such
of
a
our actual
leftist.
debate claims. I do not feel that you
This is like
sufficiently
Kamala
have
word salad.
argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What,
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler
cares?
Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
Oh,
That's a great question.
No, it's not. It's a
So
stupid
I
question.
actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The
Patrick.
state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence.
There's no
I was
evidence you
expecting
could
some
see.
sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy
They did
drove
get him on
13
camera.
hours all around. Like we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial.
That's
People are going to see and
ridiculous.
go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe.
Why didn't his defense put in evidence of that?
Disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow.
Why not present his
Lance
alibi?
to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity
I don't
that
give a
was
damn
given
about
to
this
Lance
part
by
of
the
this
feds, the
stupid
fact that
part.
the feds didn't ask me
Let
any
him
questions, the
answer-
fact that I spoke with Lance
Patrick,
Twigs'
damn
family,
it.
and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that. A photo. I mean, anything would have made me go,
That's retarded.
all right, I think
There's nothing.
this could
There's
be the
nothing
guy.
you could have seen.
If they
Zero
had
nothing.
handed over the discovery on
There's
the
not a
text
thing in
messages,
the
that
world
was
that
their
would have
big,
convinced her to stop
ta-da, we've
grifting
got
like
the text
this.
messages.
This
That
is-
would be the
this is
first
why
thing
it's
that I
a
would hand
stupid
over. But
question.
actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things
Lord.
over, and we heard.
So
the
if you don't
defense
have video of the
argue
guy
on behalf
committing
of
the crime, the
prosecution,
crime,
saying
he
it's
didn't
not
do it.
them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took
Oh my God.
initially the screwdriver, and then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious. Example being the backpack. That's something that really bothers me.
This was such a stupid
that
question for
they
Patrick.
say
that
they
David
traced
did
the shooter.
that.
They traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending.
No one
last names.
cares. Because you're talking about things no one cares
forensics
about.
for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before. Right. So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the
weird.
alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the
I'm so annoyed that
investigation
Patrick
itself
gave her
was
this
underwhelming.
opportunity to bring
When
up
you
stupid
learn,
stuff.
and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica.
None of this has anything to do with
That is
what.
absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to
Yeah.
the hospital,
Why
they
is
had
that absurd?
immediately towed,
That's not absurd
cleaned,
at all.
and back up
He's
for resale.
assassinated.
That's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence.
You're
And any
retarded.
police officer that you speak to will
You're an
say,
idiot.
or person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had
Yeah.
nothing to do with anything. It was just around.
Yeah, because their
And
their
they
spouse
kept it
wasn't
into
publicly
evidence until
assassinated.
The
That's
trial
why.
was over and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of
Why?
if you feel bad for her,
Why?
I think she should have,
Why?
have it and it's
What
sweet.
would what
That
would it
should
do?
be in evidence.
Why?
Immediately
who?
paving over the crime scene.
Why?
Is this like the craziest thing ever?
That's not the
it defies
at
common
all.
sense. You immediately,
It's a
and when you
public
heard the
school
guy who
ground.
did it,
Why would you leave
actually
like
go up on a
blood
podcast and
soaked-
explain, I got the call. They
with
said it was a
Charlie Kirk's
paver
blood soaked
emergency.
pavement there?
I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and
See-
dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking
I'm
at
looking
and
forward to
going,
that example.
this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office.
Why are we
Who
having
used
this part of the
wash their hands of
conversation?
it. And what he's saying sounds
Jesus.
true because we heard during the testimony, one
No,
person
seriously,
described
why
the
is this
regions
part
of
of the
who was in
conversation
control of
happening?
everything.
This is
The
like
feds were in control of the courtyard.
utter
So in order
nonsense.
for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory. so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term,
No,
but the
it's
feds
not.
were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing
It
things
should be there
differently
today
than
for
you
you to go
would
inspect it.
in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident? The various
I think they're pretty
decoys.
confident.
I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need?
Why
to
are
see
you
for to
asking this
say-
stupid
Something
question?
if they
Who
had, I
cares?
was expecting, here we have him. He took the shot. Here it is.
Oh my
And then
God,
I'd be like,
you're-
great, a clear image of him.
The reason I'm getting annoyed at me asking this question is because it's pretending that she's acting in good faith when the whole premise of Andrew's question is she's acting in bad faith. So why the hell is Patrick David coming in here saying, what do you need? As if there's a real answer. There's no, if you have video of him, which she knows doesn't exist. This is the stupidest thing. This is
Their case where I'm like, that's
I'm getting
definitively
annoyed
Tyler
now.
Robinson and he was on
Right.
campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying,
But you basically get no case.
what?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
Sure.
oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder
you're
weapon.
right.
Here's him taking the
But
shot.
most
That's
of
what I
them take place
expect
on
to
a
see.
college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
One
but
clear
On the
image of
roof?
his-
But I
On the roof
understand
of a
when
building?
you're
his car
asked-
plates.
If
you
you're
know,
asked
like-
the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would take to convince you that the oppositional is true,
Patsy.
right? That he's a patsy or something like
Right.
that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a
I don't-
good,
I don't disagree with
just
that.
a
We haven't
good-
heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard.
why
And then,
haven't
of
we heard
course,
the defense
I would change my
respond?
mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him.
Zero
You were saying
chance.
yesterday.
Yes.
I think it's
Zero
very important
chance
for the
that
audience to hear that
happens.
from
Without
you.
question.
For you,
Zero
is there anything
chance.
that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy.
Of
Zero
course,
chance.
I'm going to always
Okay.
follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come
grift.
up with conjecture and they
They
what's
grift
called
off of
flooding the
conjecture.
zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim.
Which she is.
All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended,
Finally.
yours have to be defended.
Go
and
getter.
that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you
Yeah.
guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take
before
an
we
ad
come
break.
back?
Take an ad break.
And we'll
Oh,
talk
my-
Erica
See,
Kirk and TPUSA.
This is like I knew
And
this was going to
and
happen.
The conspiracies
This
that
is
have been
just-
conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
I don't know.
What's up, Lee?
Maybe Patrick David was stalling
When
for
I
the
can
ad
do
break
something-
because that's such a ridiculous question. Because his whole premise is essentially you're flooding the zone with all these garbage theories, which have no relation to like anything. And then when they die, ultimately, she just moves on to the next one. Whether it's Fort Huachuca, whether it's road microphones, satanic blood rituals, all sort of like ridiculous nonsense as to like what her theories are. Who's this guy with his arm under the thing? Like all this ridiculous stuff. Why is he looking in that direction over there? If you scan a crowd of 40,000 people and one person is sort of staring off, zoning out, and then she'll like find someone in that general vicinity who's scratching his nose. It's like, oh, you see? That's the signal right there, right before the shot gets fired. It's like it's like this sort of ridiculous nonsense, which we've been hearing for damn near a year now. And yeah, and for the purpose of basically trying to find some sort of different direction to claim that the Feds got it wrong. Feds got it wrong. Feds got it wrong. Because you can't explain to me why someone has his arms folded like this. Why is his arms folded like that? I don't stand like that. I think that's weird. I think that's very strange. It's very strange. It's very weird. Weird. They think we're stupid. They think we're stupid. So it's like that's not, I'm not convinced. That's let me try and build I'm going to try and lay bricks to try and establish that this is not the guy, that it's not Tyler. And I'm going to try and basically build that out for you. And I'm going to basically bring to you utter crap. And here's like a little pile of feces that I painted a different color, and now saying, oh, you see, here's my brick of evidence. When it's like, it's literally feces that I got from an anonymous source. And what she said there was, some of the things she said there was absolutely ridiculous. Defense has every right to bring in exculpatory evidence. She flat out lied on that. She wasn't fact checked on that, but she flat out lied on that. They have every right to bring in exculpatory evidence at a probable cause hearing, which I keep calling a provable, or I don't know, provable hearing, I don't know, probation hearing, probing hearing, whatever. It's probable cause. It's probable cause hearing. But all right, I can see if I sat here trying to catch her on every stupid misstatement of words that she used, I'd shoot myself in the head. I almost did that when she started calling DNA fingerprints. But the reality is, there's no reason that all of this couldn't come out there from the defense, introduced as exculpatory evidence. Whatever evidence there was, bring in exculpatory evidence. Instead of that, not only did they not bring in exculpatory evidence, the defense came out and said, we're not even going to argue that it looks like there's probable cause here, because we think that's a dead loser if we try arguing that. Instead, we're just going to say, you don't have enough here to give him the death penalty. Those papers are killer for Candace. The steps the defense failed to take, refused to take at the probable cause hearing, and then their subsequent brief are all killer, because if you were a defense counsel and you were trying to get your client off, you would do so many things differently from what Candace Owens says is there. And the claims that, so I saw someone say there was a gag order on the parents. I don't know, maybe there was a gag order on the parents. There's nothing gagging them from testifying at a hearing. Nothing. Like I say, here are things that the state is introducing that they claim relate to me. It didn't happen. Nothing. There's no reason you wouldn't do that. The only person who says it didn't happen is Candace Owens and her anonymous source. So, yeah, it's somewhat astonishing. Somewhat astonishing. I will tell you that at 2:30, I'm going to have to go. I'm not going to be able to stay here beyond 2:30. But I don't know when we're supposed to wrap up here. I thought this whole thing was supposed to be done by 2 o'clock. But he started 20 minutes late. It's now over here local time 1:11. So I still have well over an hour. I will ask you while you're here, if you could please make sure you hit like and subscribe. Hit the bell for notifications, otherwise you will never see me again. At least if YouTube has their way, you will never see me again. So if you are here for the first time, or you came back after not being here for a while, I would appreciate if you can do that. But the main thing, the reason that Andrew Wilson kicked out $300,000 is for the next hour that we're going to have here, where he basically gets to drill her about some of her insane theories. So that's what we've all ultimately been waiting for. This is the moment that she gets questions about Rode microphones and Fort Huachuca and all the other nonsense that she threw out there. Crazy. Craziness. I guess if you're watching me over on X and you can follow there, that works too. That works too. Hey, human, good to see you. But I was very annoyed at Patrick Bet-David, who just started saying, what would it take to convince you? It's like saying, what would convince you go to DNC and ask someone, a DNC rally, and ask them what would take you to convince you to vote for Donald Trump. There's nothing the prosecution could have brought forward to someone who is so financially motivated to keep asking questions, which is basically making up crap theories and pose that as asking questions, tactical slides. I think Andrew is doing okay, by the way. I think he's doing okay. But this is where this is the part where he really needs to like just hammer in on her. Yeah, let's get to 1,000 likes. If you can hit like, that'd be awesome. I'm currently battling the wide mouth to wildfire here in Utah. Rolled on the fire line. Is Israel the Jews start all these wildfires? Probably. It's probably the Jews, Riley. For what you could talk, for what you could talking about, Willis. That's pretty good. I never thought of that one. What you got talking about, Willis. I don't know enough about Logan Paul. He's like someone who I just never bothered like even looking at for like 5 minutes. I never even remember who Logan Paul is. I think he's a blonde dude. And I also associate the letters MMA with him. Although I'm not sure if that's because of mixed martial arts, because of the drug. Yeah, the talking a mile a minute is designed to basically make it sound as if she knows what she's talking about, even if it's complete and total word salad. To basically is like Kamala Harris at 2x. That's what it is. It's Kamala Harris at 2x. And Gish Gallop, if you're unfamiliar with what that is what he sort of referred to as flooding the zone. Gish Gallop is like, I'm going to throw 17 things at you of completely irrelevant thing in response to your question. And you're not going to be able to respond to all of them. So that way I can claim I win, even if all 17 of them are hot garbage. So that's something that's Destiny was doing with me over and over again. Fort Huachuca is just an army schoolhouse. Spent my fair share of time there, trying to understand the mystique behind Tom Clancy mentioned it once. Oh, did he? Did he? I know, I was making a joke. I was making a joke. I think she's coming back. Because I think she's just going to Gish Gallop her way around. She's going to talk in circles. All right, here we go.
Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that.
Oh my
So just to be
God.
clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and
Mhm.
then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want
Oh,
to be
for
able to
crying out
question
loud!
This is a
Just
meta
stop.
conversation.
Right,
We're having a
but
meta
okay, so
debate.
now
Oh
we're
my God.
transcending. Like let's to use
I
a
mean,
word,
there's no-
to
there's
use the
nothing-
word
nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying.
There's nothing
But
what's
this is
transcendent?
what you're doing,
What the
right?
hell does
So
that mean?
this part to me feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions.
So
but
stop
I made it
talking.
very clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation
Mhm.
that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you
Oh
should
my
join
God.
I'm not
Pete
deposing
McCrone's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can
part-
you answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going
Oh
to
my
answer
God,
your questions
shut up.
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now
Mhm.
you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway,
You don't even know
so
the word
direct
transcendental
question,
means.
super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
It's
we
okay
can't
to say
for
that.
certainty. I actually,
You can
I,
say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with this
but-
debate strategy.
But I
like,
am
Just
just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed
This
that
is
in the first
literally
half of this
framed as
about
debate.
why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
No, it's not a
this
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your-
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
Yeah, you
So
nice,
you
you
can
are
have
on
a
trial.
conversation
Let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the.
That's why you got
Foreign
300K.
Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to
Mhm.
the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mhm.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the
I
information
agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you,
I don't know why
and
he's
that
going into my
person
phone.
definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
hmm
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half. Pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me-
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case,
You're not
establishing
answering
a
the question.
motive and
Mhm.
and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why
So,
people
no.
find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his
So,
organization
no.
personally. If people had come out and been honest about that,
So, no.
rather than rabid
I have
claiming
no
he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not
If
true,
people were
you would probably have people that
honest
just go,
about that, you would say
that's
you're even
life.
admitting
People
that.
change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that, it's like
That's
everything
crap.
was about trying
That's
to convince the
complete lie.
public how much he liked it. He
So then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel
I
was involved in
have
killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students,
That's your evidence.
and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister,
How many American phones?
kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place.
Mhm.
And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this.
Desperate
But we
lies.
cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like
Do
to
you
see
say there's no
pulled.
positive evidence?
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I
like
don't
positive
need to, I
evidence
can just
would
have a
be
conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we've said, which is this
So,
feels
no.
like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean,
When-
the day he died,
not
posting a picture of him
immediately.
with an American.
It's when people
Israeli
started
AI
claiming
photo on
that
the
Israel killed
president's
him.
feed. Doesn't feel right.
Do you have
So,
any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did.
I never have said that statement. So I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay,
Your
fair.
team,
That's,
your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. If you're
Go ahead.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
He said evidence that they killed him. I said
ahead
this
and
is why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Full
They
confidence.
also
Involvement.
now have-
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mhm.
Again, this would be at a
France and
professional
Israel.
limitation for me to then go
Of course.
and probe that information that
What's
I handed
France's
over.
motivation?
I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me
Because
what I think.
you don't
I'll
have
just
any.
tell you. Yes, I think
Well,
they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every
I
right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if
I
there's
said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim,
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think.
With
yeah, you're allowed to
confidence.
Saying, do you
think,
have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree.
With
You're allowed to think.
confidence.
So
Nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is
you're-
allowed to
you're-
think. What
you're-
I'm asking is if
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
With
I did
that
say I
was with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You
That
would
I
think
What's
that
the
if you had
basis of that
full
confidence?
confidence to think when you think.
But
What's the
if I
basis
said,
of
for
that?
instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on,
sister-
let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have
Oh,
said that I
you see, she's
think,
gotta
which I
try-
can do. I'm
They're
allowed to
pertinent
think
to
that.
this debate.
Let me
It's
declare
not exactly
victory.
pertinent to
Let
this
me
debate.
declare victory.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like
Oh,
to remind
you
that
don't
you
have
said
to
I could
answer
ask
that
you about any
question.
of these things
I
to
said
my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you
You're
do not
not
get to
answering.
structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask
You're
me
not
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself
Answer
like a
your
professor
question.
of
I
fallacy
Why do
just
you not
want to
answer
know.
questions?
and to say you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well, I
Nobody's
said it.
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking.
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm,
why I think Israel is ultimately
France.
going to be
God.
proven to have involvement in this.
mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you
She
picked the
is-
wrong day.
Don't you think that
You
like
picked the wrong day.
tens of
Oh, you picked
thousands
the
or
wrong.
hundreds
Talk
of
to the
thousands of
hand.
people
I'm speaking.
would want to
She's
know what
Kamala
Candace
Harris
Owens'
times two.
positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason
so
to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not trying
allowed
to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm
Well,
asking very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound
you
very
can't say, I
defensive and
think.
like you just
Very
don't want to answer
defensive.
questions.
I did answer your
Very
question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted
You
me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's just
actually
go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's
But
go.
I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie
I
Kirk,
think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You
Okay.
just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity, when
Yes.
you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or
Nameless
you're just saying,
sources.
here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like from maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination.
Why is the French Foreign Legion
And
motivated?
that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
well, you
like
didn't give specifics
they
who
want
it
him
was
dead?
from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like,
Perfect.
yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say,
I don't
we
know what
did,
the
you
hell
know, that's their
Patrick did.
I
position.
did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his like Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no,
and if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are?
This is the dumbest
Okay.
thing in the
I mean,
world.
that's-
it
asking-
seems reasonable.
that's
and so why he's
nothing.
asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
Okay.
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out
Oh
to you?
God, shut up,
I've asked that
PPD.
many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What's this nonsense?
The fact that she
I'm not even listening to
emailed,
you.
she gave it,
Mhm.
and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair
Mhm.
to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship.
I don't even know what we're
This
talking
isn't
about.
just
This point.
anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information? Because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate. This
name?
is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey,
Huh.
what's more information? We're investigating this. And that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But
So
did
I-
you?
so I actually it was three offices.
let me ask one
The
question. and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Yeah, that's what
Dan
it is.
Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the
Okay.
following.
Mhm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate
What
things.
was
That
it
wasn't about
about?
Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm
And
surprised
I
they haven't
think
called you.
then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a
Why?
report? Like, I mean, I've never
But
made
why?
a report with the federal
But when
government.
Let me
they
ask you
French
did,
Foreign
but when
Legion
you
work
did
for them.
send
question.
it,
Mhm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and I'm going to bring you
Okay.
to you.
You pay
The question
300,000
is,
then.
in
PPD.
regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk? or is that a gut feeling?
Candace Owens was involved in the
So in
assassination
terms
of
of
Charlie Kirk.
Israel, I mean, what I've
She had the
said
biggest
is
motive.
what I publicly have said here.
made the
I
most
do
money out of
think
it.
that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, when in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has
Zero.
been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
Mhm.
they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life
How do you know?
personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other
I know
evidence
it's
should be
not.
brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean,
Which
down to
keep getting-
pictures, details,
keep
police
getting
officers,
debunked
what
one
the
after
dog's name
another.
was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. the police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all
Every
believe
time
there was a conspiracy, down to the
PPD
U.S.
asks a
Marshals believe
question,
there was a
it
conspiracy. They were
derails the
my
entire
sources
debate.
at the U.S. Marshals were saying
the
they were basically
stupidest
sent
thing
on a
in the
wild
world.
goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
that
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit.
No.
So, and then
Your
when what I
sources have-
say is
which
then
source
proven
has
in
been
court and
legit?
nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going,
Lateral crawl.
I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I
actually,
was just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that talking to PVD?
How would
without-
that legitimize? Well, it's not his debate. How would it
Yeah, it's
legitimize
not. Why the hell is he
these
talking so much?
sources? That even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like
Mm-hmm.
this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
but I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like
Well,
That's
saying,
why we're
something
here.
else?
Most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes.
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you, I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I
So
said
I just
Andrew
want to.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then
Mhm.
that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA.
Uh-huh.
So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there
Or
has
Insane
been, I don't know,
conjecture.
seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because I doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of
Yeah,
distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest.
If I'm
You can
being
blame it on
honest,
Candace
yeah.
all you want.
Well,
People love
you
to
know,
do that.
the thing is funny is
People
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
they're
zero.
PR.
I
I'll be
think I'm
fair with you.
ground zero of people not
I think-
trusting
stop
Turning Point
talking.
USA.
I think that there was some
actually
PR
kind of
there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I
How would that
think
get you in a legal
I think
pickle?
firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this
But
phase.
that doesn't mean based on what?
Okay,
So
what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical,
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true.
There's
of
no legal
80%
pickle for stating
of,
an opinion.
Homicides. It's
There's
usually
zero legal
conducted
pickle.
by
That's
someone
crap.
you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
Especially about
How
a
do you know
public
that was
figure.
never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one
So they
example.
consider
They gave
and
back
said
the
that it's nothing.
backpack. They gave back the
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and
It means
didn't
they
just
looked
hold
at it
things
and
up
saw
for
nothing
They
there.
ruled them out as suspects.
Yeah.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. People,
It's a
this is-
backpack.
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization.
Who says
at
there's
it has grown
anything
to-
in the
is 100
backpack?
100 million.
Plus per year.
It could be
Yeah,
someone's
per year,
lunch in the
it doesn't work
backpack.
out.
Yeah, but
That's
what was
fine.
the-
It's the
what-
He
stupidest
wants to
thing in
play
the
video, if
world.
you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's
There's a
a video they
backpack.
want to play.
Yeah, so that's my song.
Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask him,
And so
but
right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for
But
the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being,
And she's an
believed all
idiot.
the evidence that she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay. So what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
in
tell
debate.
me.
So
What
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview.
Mhm.
And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know.
She's
Just
not
it feels
complicit in
weird to think
killing.
that.
She's complicit in
Did I
spreading the
think that
narrative.
some of her
all of a
mannerisms
sudden
were
now.
weird and stuff like
No,
that?
okay.
Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this
Answer the
confidence?
question.
And then when you sit across from somebody and you say,
Word
okay,
salad,
great,
word
I want to go out
salad,
there
word
and
salad,
defend you
word
now.
salad,
I want
word
people to know
salad,
that you
word
can't say
salad,
this stuff
word
publicly,
salad.
but you know
Oh
more
my
things.
God.
And she just
Kamala.
blanks. And then she says,
Kamala,
well, I'm going to call the
Kamala.
lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet.
How does this
That's
show
we're not at that stage
complicit?
yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like,
word salad.
Let's wait.
From this
She's going to
woman.
have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, We don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They
But
made an
I
arrest.
don't understand, how would any of this make her complicit, and in what?
Well, I've already told you she's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk,
Why is she
if
complicit?
she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are
believe,
you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like I
strategy.
said
You
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why? And
Because
when,
we don't have like infinite
9
amounts
hours.
of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to
well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond.
doctor
to
or
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just complicit in believing
and
it.
when I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the
Mhm.
beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica
You
was
were
sus
ground
from
zero.
day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that.
You
I
were
did not
you were
contribute
making
to
claims
that. I
long
was
before she
getting
said that.
actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her.
Yeah, sure.
Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and
You were saying this for
got to, I
months,
wanted to have
which is
that
why she
conversation
sat down
publicly,
with
but
you.
they're probably grateful they didn't do it
Doofus.
publicly. She told me some lies. And so
You
the
were
next
saying
thing that
it for
happens
months
naturally
beforehand.
when
That's why
somebody
she sat
lies
down
to
with
you
you.
go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of
Oh,
lies
for
that we were
crying
told by
out
Charlie.
loud.
We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Shut up.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I
Thank
didn't
you
know.
so much,
I didn't
brother.
want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a
No.
relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is
Yeah,
our
'cause
life
she's
went to a different
backpedaling.
phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around
You want
for
money.
4 days a week and
You wanna
traveling
grift.
on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live.
And
I
grifting
was
from there.
desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates?
Who
between all of you?
cares?
I was,
Jeez.
engaged to
Oh
George
my-
quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled
Who
with me and Charlie,
cares?
but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage.
Mhm.
So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of
Oh
his
my God.
wing woman
Oh
throughout
yeah, his
that
wing
phase.
woman.
And I was just
Most
happy.
people say
and
that
I
she was desperate for
never
him
was
to marry
under
her.
the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica. per
Every-
se.
So the complicit
Stop.
part about
Stop.
Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
It transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you
Yeah,
want to
well, I
interrupt, go
don't-
for it.
I
You-
actually don't I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
What a stupid
Yeah,
question.
sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and,
You
and what
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Yeah, everyone
Usually
talks
when I
that
call
way.
someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, it's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
Are you too retarded to understand what he's saying?
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her.
100%. It is.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
Like an
I didn't
emotional
have
teddy bear
some
for her.
sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is
I
that when
don't
you
know,
gave her
maybe-
the hug?
I don't know who
gave her
Owen
the hug
Benjamin
there.
is.
My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay.
to
So
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
intentions.
if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know.
They don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded
of that claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public, that rather than presenting that
Why would
throughout the course of
TPS
everybody
say
wanting to know what Charlie was going
take
through
someone
his
who
last
called
days,
Erica
they
retarded?
decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you
think
know
we're
that there's
stupid?
a huge
Guys,
debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates
I don't think anything you've done is in good
USA
faith.
headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about
How retarded is it that she's saying, I don't think it makes any sense because you were so critical of TPUSA? So my conclusion is that they hired you to work for them. What kind of retarded, how stupid does someone have to be to think that this woman, it makes any sense?
Hang on. Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica-
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
and the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and you,
Oh my
let's
God.
just talk about your
She's so
record. I mean,
stupid.
you're a person
She's
that
so
has spent
retarded.
time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
Well, yeah,
I debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
and then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're
Mhm.
like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office. You want to
protect your husband's legacy.
Yeah,
right? And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA. That is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
I think this is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, if that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I don't think just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And
I think that's the only thing she says that I agree with.
Aspects I
agree
with what seems to be a majority opinion.
What's that do with anything?
I'm not gonna say it's scientific.
About Tyler Robinson.
Any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
No, okay, I think that's
I understand.
I think it's a lie.
Those criticisms. Yeah. But I'm not understanding still how
that's
that would make
her
complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
your team is asking
to how it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait, I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't, but it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, the internet, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in. but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, like it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is. I'm just trying to make sure.
Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have
where he was
Marines
speaking,
that have gotten on and said,
"Why would anyone be looking away?
Like there's an explosion.
Why would
shirt,
anyone
right?
be looking away?"
Obviously, saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself. If you have a rifle, take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay. So question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position?
Popcorn theater.
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of the way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record.
Why would anyone be looking away from him?
These sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Your
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air. It's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
the
shirt.
The shirt
starts
cuffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No,
Yeah,
That's not true.
it's not.
And we
the-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate
Mm-hmm.
it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me.
Why would a
It
single
almost
person be
looks
looking
just
away
like
from
this. It
him
goes
if the
across,
explosion
his
came
necklace
from him?
breaks first before Charlie even
Doofus.
reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then
She's
you
so
see a puff
stupid.
here, and then the next thing you know, there's there's the
Why is anyone
entry
looking away?
wound
See
on his
smoke?
neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question.
You
other
think
than
Charlie
Carol's
agreed to
4K
strap a
footage that
bomb
he
to
has
his
from the
chest?
front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed
How did they get the
that
bomb on him?
it's a similar, if not the same
Oh,
type of
God.
explosive that was used inside
So
the pagers
stupid.
that would have been used inside of his
God.
road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you
I
should
need
debate
brain food
someone
now
like John Bray,
to,
who's
like,
worked on that theory for 11
restore the
months
cells
and
I'm
ask those
losing.
sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this.
You think
And
there would be some
I think he has
scarring on
debated
his
a ton of
chest
people,
there from,
actually,
like, you
regarding this
know,
topic.
some
So
injuries
that's
in the
the route
chest
that I would
area?
send you on. For
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my
You think
show,
he allowed them to put like a little
I
blood
do
thing
believe,
on
to
him?
answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
No, it shouldn't
There's
be.
two clips your team wants to
You're
show. One of
retarded.
them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close,
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just
dispute,
said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow
It's a
it
very
down,
minimal amount
the
of air.
disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not.
If there
You
was a
saw
bomb in
and
his
using
chest, his
particular
shirt would have
explosives, so I'm
exploded
just
out.
saying
This
to
is
you,
the stupidest.
When you-
People disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
When we set out to
So, yeah, I can't even believe she's defending and saying this needs exploring, the whole bomb in the shirt thing. If there was a bomb that blew up by him, no one would be looking up toward the roof from the sound, from thinking there was a sound that came from there, which, you know, she's like, there were plenty of people looking forward. Yeah, okay, plenty of people looking forward. They were all looking forward when it started. So maybe some didn't know where the sound came from. They kept looking forward. Why would anyone be like going, why? Why? Oh, there was just a bomb that just exploded over there. It's just an explosion. And Charlie Kirk was just, you know, taken out. Let me go look what's up over there behind me. These people are so stupid. They're so insanely stupid. God. You think there might be some abrasions on his chest? I don't know, his stomach? You think maybe Charlie would have said, hey guys, why are you strapping a bomb to my chest? You know, because you sort of have to get it on him while he's alive. Hey guys, why are you putting this little fake blood pellet thing by my neck? I don't understand. What's going on? You think Charlie would have asked these questions? I think he might have. I don't know. Candace has questions. I have questions. I got questions. You think maybe the shirt wouldn't stay tucked in? I don't know. I'm not sure if his shirt was tucked in. Is that Logan Paul? I don't even know. I think that's Logan Paul, if I had to guess. Oh, look at that. Right. All right. There you go. Let's talk about Logan Paul. I don't know who he is. Yeah, you Google this. How many exploding pagers cause blood to come pouring out of a neck at the same moment? Doofus. I'm just gonna say, you can say whatever stupidity you want in my chat as long as you comply with 3 rules. Those 3 rules are no racism, no violent terms of service, and no spamming. And I consider when people are talking in all caps to be spamming. So you can walk that line. I'm just saying. Not the all caps. And if you have something of value to write, you probably don't need to put it in all caps. People will see it. So I'm going to have to step away from keyboard, as they say, AFK at 2:30. I'll keep it playing and be able to pop back in here until around 3 o'clock, but I need to like sort of step away and like take care of stuff and keep it playing here. Yeah, okay. I'm giving you one more. Real Aspen, I'm giving you one more chance. One more chance. I just told you, just not all caps. All right. Well, it was nice. It was nice while it lasted. So stupid. No, he's not spurging anymore. He's not spurging anymore. Yeah, the notion that I think that Candace is really struggling at this point. You can, when you're sitting here having to try and like defend and like basically trying to say like she did not expect him to come back with his level of gun expertise. And when she's sitting there pretending that air dispersal is not a thing. Poor Candy. Poor Candace. It's not even poor Candace. It's her poor suckers. I'm curious if you guys think, do you guys think that this is actually going to cost her like a certain percentage of her viewers? Because I think that when she's calculating, do I take this $300,000? She's sort of running a little risk analysis. I mean, I assume that she's a sufficiently savvy businesswoman or has a sufficiently savvy business team around her at the very least to like sort of say, okay, if this blows up my face, how much will this hurt my monthly views? how much will this, how much will this hurt my bottom line over the forthcoming year? My expected return on continuing to talk about this. Plus, she has to continue. She has to say, if I reject this, how is that going to affect my bottom line? Like, she sort of is put in a little bit of a position by having the money offered up to her of 300,000. I guess my question for y'all is, do you think that she's going to see a dip in her views after she's just been doing the Kamala Harris word salad? I'm not listening. I don't understand what this means. Gaslighting, that she's answered questions that she clearly never answered, and just talking in circles the entire time. Well, pretending she doesn't understand basic physics. Well, I think you're lying about basic physics. So I assume that she's sort of, it's calculated, or at least considered. She's got to consider both sides, that she could actually gain followers if she does well, or lose followers if she does poorly, or lose followers if she bails on it in the first place. You don't think she's going to see a dip, Uzelian? Try giving people chances. I try. Well, I think the Crucible, that's his home terrain. So he's going to see, that doesn't mean really very much. I wasn't fast. I gave multiple warnings. I do think that there's a partisanship which is going to weigh in and impacting how people see the success or failure of either side in a debate. So that she has a built-in protection of people who are like, people who are rooting for her because they sort of feel emotionally invested in this position. That's not true, Mordred. I gave multiple warnings to him and the other guy. To consider them collectively. I just don't do all caps. All caps don't do it for me. What type of poll, Angry Viking? What type of poll do you want? I guess I could do a poll. Do you think she's going to see a dip in her viewership? I'm doing the poll thing, in case you're wondering what I'm doing. Right, there's your low poll. The question, in case you're wondering on Rumble, was, do you think that Candace sees a noticeable dip in her numbers for her endless word salad dancing? And the options are yes, no, or no noticeable dip, sheep are loyal, or Candace won the debate. Oh. As I mentioned earlier, I am going to have to step away and take care of some things here. So I'm not going to be able to sit here, but I will leave it running.
Go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like
all right, let's go.
We
Play
got
the
where we
clips.
were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah,
and they're going to pull it up just to have you respond.
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes,
Not sometimes.
when she's taking in a lot of information and
All the
she's
time.
reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already,
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times.
So you're not conceding.
I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we could do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah, sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Straight to jail for questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like,
so do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
sat through. Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though?
Why they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think
You're being
that's ever,
questioned
unless you
about
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you
stupidity you
need
say
to
on
be
your
sat
show.
down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
I think you're just kind of
entire
filling the air.
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
turning
is
points
to-
like we want
To my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend
Um,
Erica. The
Well,
thing is,
I
though,
would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of
Mhm.
time, I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something, and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to repair.
expressly said
Please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims.
did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring
I'm speaking.
claims that
You're
you want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to
What did
which
you
we
think he
said
was
to you
gonna
before
do?
in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mhm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What's not? What didn't
yeah,
happen?
the way that you're
You gave me
framing the exchange.
$300,000 to show my
That's
What do you
not,
clips
mean?
to
that's not
myself.
actually what happened.
It's
We
not
were
fair.
negotiating. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you
There's-
fell, I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of. Hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say
except
I claim
was gonna
victory,
get
I
you to
win.
Say yes or no. Well, hold on. We
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through.
And like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I don't
perception
think 4 out of 5 even were.
is your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a
you
few
just-
of them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up.
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
3.
3.
3.
Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's which is why you were asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet Erica
claims.
is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
The one
from
point.
more,
7 days
okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
two.
and
We
then
were
can go
getting
to
into the
Patsy.
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
Come on.
Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to
Oh my
just question me without me
God.
being able to respond
I've
to
never said you
or
can't
have a
respond.
conversation.
You said you want to have a
You've been able to
question.
respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have
I'm
it your
still-
way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first.
Where is
okay.
the clip?
You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Oh, come on.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
theme.
told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay, there we go.
come on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just tell
DNA
me when
on
it
the
said
towel.
louder. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twiggs'
Said this- proceeded this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we
debate
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
so you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because
Money.
I want to drip out the evidence, you know. That's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there.
So I already gave you
yeah,
300,000.
That's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence, or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can
make
you
sure
name
we're
one?
really
You're
listed.
trying to
Yeah,
gotcha. She's
Candace,
desperately trying to
Can you
gotcha.
name
you.
one? Because
You know,
my
good to
general
sit down
perspective is
here
that you
with
don't
you,
actually
talking
care
to you
about
guys
this case. You're
about-
not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
The conversation that I
that's
think
the
started with
question.
you being on
Yeah,
Joe
it's
Rogan.
not
But I mean,
following
it
it
seems,
enough.
it seems pretty, like,
$300,000.
if you're going to engage, you're going to
And
say
for
the
the
evidence
audience
is
watching this, you
overwhelming
have to
that
know when
Tyler
you see
Robinson
this
is
final
guilty.
product, there's a
I
lot of
just
stuff
think
that
that you
happens
should-
behind closed doors. There was still communication
hell?
till midnight. Even
Sorry.
some of the stuff this
I thought
morning.
that was
like
him
it's-
talking. I don't know why he started playing.
Can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
Mhm.
please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7 since
can-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
That's
I'm
it.
happy to do that. But
Murder.
can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
your. You don't have
Name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I can
Okay,
do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because
Aggravated murder has death
it's
penalty.
narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence.
Oh
I'm
my
going
God.
to answer the question.
Okay.
You're just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big
My
difference?
God,
so that
No, I
people
just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the
Oh my-
charges.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay.
actually
Oh
am
my
under no
God.
time constraint.
I got one.
Oh my God.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged.
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your
That's
hand
what
up
you
and
were
they try
doing
to
this
pretend
entire
it's a
time.
sport. I think he thinks it's a blood
Oh my
sport. It's
God.
not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be
Every other
genuine and
sentence.
pretending that you care about this
You've
case enough.
never
to know
been
1 of
genuine.
the 7 charges that are up against
Zero
Tyler
moments
Robinson when
you've
you
been
say the
genuine.
evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty.
This has been about your
If you
bank
would like
account
to
the entire
move to
time.
final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you
Sure.
guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and
No,
count 7.
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front of
minor.
a child?
No, it's
Yeah.
violent. It's a
So
violent
5,
offense. That's a
6,
totally
tampering
different
witness,
thing.
Third degree felony.
Same way
Now, I
aggravated
did
murder is
notice
a totally
something. I
different
just
thing.
was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication
Okay.
with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want to
do it.
see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
This is the
Take it.
stupidest
See if
idiots thing
anyone was
ever.
texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
at the, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mhm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
So
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia,
Okay.
And that was it. I downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just,
Mm,
you know, I have
care about this case
my other
'cause
question
it's
is about
basically been her
steakhouse.
entire bottom line.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't.
Yeah. Do you
need to
have
do
the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you,
I
you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't-
I just said the opposite. I said there is
Well,
a
Just to clarify for you all, the receipt they're talking about is that he was at a dinner, and I asked Diligent Denizen, who went to this diner, which Tyler Robinson went there. I know Diligent Denizen; he's a friend of mine. I happen to disagree with a lot of his stances that's come out over the last year or so, but I still like him. I think he's a good guy, and I know that he's, you know, I think he is trying to act in good faith, but I think he's sort of lost his way. But he's like, it doesn't make sense that he could be back at UVU at, I don't remember the times, but basically it's like an hour and a half drive, and he was back there in like an hour and 20 minutes. And I'm just like, yeah, so it's weird that he was speeding. That's weird. When he's like feeling stressed out, that's weird. Apparently.
you don't have a copy of the receipt.
the receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this
The
story
receipt doesn't prove
that
anything.
blurred that out.
It doesn't.
is
It's
what
not
I was
all
referring to when I
exculpatory.
said stay
If it
tuned and keep
was,
following his stuff because he went to go, which do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual
If it
server.
was
So there's no
exculpatory,
evidence that Tyler
it
was
would have
at that
come up
steakhouse.
at the
I
hearing.
would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence. If
No, it's not
that-
hard
I
evidence.
agree with
Stephanie.
that.
Yeah,
but
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
but
It's
is
not.
there,
It's-
as of right now,
If he
not
paid- if you're asking me,
exculpatory
did
at
he
all.
pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
no. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something about
asking
that.
you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we
Mhm.
feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the
Why is
receipt
that not brought up
is
at the
good
probable
enough to
cause
put
hearing?
on
But-
our timeline.
But the
was
receipt
an
itself,
alibi.
the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I
I know,
just
it's
call the
late.
merchant
Well-
account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that
Stay tuned.
haven't spoken
Behind a
to the owner,
paywall.
that
Coming
the
tomorrow.
evidence is compelling enough
It's
to put
compelling.
onto my personal
Another
timeline of what took
theory.
place on that day. That's where it's gonna stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If
Mhm.
that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works.
Mm.
Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
And yet it
well,
wasn't
yeah,
submitted.
beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like,
And yet-
Bob told
but the
me this.
question-
And yet
but the
was not
question is-
submitted.
The receipt itself,
So
it has
stupid.
not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly
Mhm.
what happened. I spoke to the owner.
Why
I got
did the
tip,
defense
and
not
I
So
bring
should
it
that be
in?
chased
added
down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's
God.
my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
Well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should.
You don't think that that falls
And then
under?
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
you know, I'm,
It was
I'm actually
that night.
all good
It was
with
the night of
I
September.
feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the
I
first
do have to
officer
leave.
that was up on the roof.
Mhm.
Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley,
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No. Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just
I'm
grilling
gonna
me
leave
about
this
whether or not I
playing,
had
but I need
got the
to.
merchant
I need
receipt for a
to
debit card,
step away.
that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
the
wait a
state to a
second.
bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline.
the-
I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop
Mhm.
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause it-
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted to
think
know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait, wait.
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
You
hairs.
didn't. No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of the
That's
charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? It would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I just don't
timeline.
know what his
What's your
issue
issue
is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there
Mhm.
and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this the longest 13 hours. This is 13 and a half hours. The requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse.
Mm.
And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
you were constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
Sure,
cool.
you can keep whatever
Great.
you want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
covered the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts. When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function, and luxury, we had the choice to make it fast. We had the choice to make it cheap. We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscanero. We chose true Italian craftsmanship, each pair touched by 50 skilled hands. We chose patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the finest quality at every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright collection. Not rushed, not disposable, not ordinary. Rather, intentional, luxurious, timeless.
The beautiful thing about these events, you know how quickly it goes? Like this. Is everybody ready to get started?
I've helped over 10,000 business owners grow and scale their companies. I'm just passionate about watching entrepreneurs create great business.
When you get guys like Jerry Rice, that was his work ethic. We were able to do some great things on the football field.
The single most important trait I had was a healthy dose of delusion. And that delusion is sometimes also referred to as self-belief.
When I can do something that I love, that is good for business, and I can make content out of, that's my trifecta.
Hey guys and gals, Vincent Oshana here. My Faith Over Fear line is taking off, and it's all thanks to you. We've got hats, shirts, hoodies, you name it. We also got brand new designs and new apparel dropping all the time. So if you want to rock some Faith Over Fear gear, hit the QR code on the screen or click on the link in the description. And remember, guys, if you have true faith in God, you have absolutely nothing to fear. God bless, and the future looks bright.
Many times when people think about valuetainment, all they think about is a podcast, but it's a lot more than that. It's 9 companies working together on an 11-acre campus. If I was to give you a virtual tour here, you'll see the HR department hiring, talent acquisition. We have full stack developers that are working on Connect and Hire Metrics. We have a full-fledged events team that puts together events with thousands of people. We have a merch department designing the latest product. We just launched the FLB shoes made in Italy. We have a marketing department. And if you go to the complete opposite side of the building, 50, 60